Alright, let us see in part 3 if I can take on Annihilation 1 before this week ends using pretty much E0 operators. We might have an opportunity to level them a bit or have a little bit of E1 in there. There is very little chance that I'll have any skill level 7s. Most of my skills probably won't even be at 4. But we're going to try and use strategery to maximize the potential of the operators that we have. Maybe I'll get lucky and get some of the things I was hoping to get, like a Myrtle. But I might actually give up on that short term because there are some other really good things that I could do with my recruits. Oh, I'm going to get a Gravel too. That's going to be phenomenal, but not really for Annihilation. So, a Vanilla Pot. We'll take it. One of the things that I could do is get cruise potentials, and that is very useful because the attack stats on her are really good while we don't have the full trust. So I might, instead of spamming for Myrtle, I might try to maximize what I actually have a decent probability of getting. Oh man, we got a J. J is really good, but I think that he's one of those ops you build after you have a E1 core. He is a incredible augmentation to your squad, but he's very difficult to use right off the bat. Like in my E0 squad, for example, he would just bleed my DP dry and cause these sort of cascading failure effects. But merchants have pretty good. Even if his defense is pretty good, his hit points are okay. Like when he's maxed out, he would have some of the best stats in my whole squad. The problem is that he's going to drain DP, and right now, where one of the biggest issues is just getting overwhelmed with like sheer numbers of units, even though those units are considered relatively weak by endgame player standards. That mostly even if I've maintained. Sorry, troubleshooting a little bit. This is sometimes a little finicky. I need to hardwire my computer up here for more consistent streaming, but my house does not allow for that. Anyways, don't want to get too sidetracked with that. Spending DP for constantly for a strong unit is a lot more viable once you have vanguards that can really pump out DP, so that you can still deploy your units, get some stuff out, and then deploy these guys. They're really intended to be used more like fast redeployment than stay on the field ops. But in my experience, the fast redeployment for merchants it's like a side gig. It's not really their main hustle. They really do tend to get deployed, stay on the board for a while, because they bring a lot of power at a very high DP cost. It's just that DP cost is over time instead of up front. So they look cheap. But I mean, this 5 DP, he's just going to bleed 3 DP every 3 seconds, I guess. So he eats up your base DP generation in general content. So that prevents you from deploying your other units, and we can't really afford that. But we're definitely going to build J, and ideally you would even max him out over time, because he is one of the 4 stars that I think pretty much every endgame account has completely maxed out. Max module, at least his skill 2, mastery 3. I even put masteries on his skill 1. I put a single one to reduce the cost. And they'll have him at like E2 max level, which is 70. Very common. We'll go in here, do a brief little bit of base management. Hopefully I can fix my faux pas. I didn't actually want to build that power plant. That was a misclick. But we do need to, so I didn't go to try and reconstruct it. But we will see if we can remedy that. First, though, let's swap out who we can. Do I even need anyone in here? I don't know. Workshop, that's fine. Lava in there. We'll leave them in there for now because I only have the one dorm to work with, and that is going to make things a little challenging. And we can put them in there. Who do I... Oh, we can... Jay has a really good skill as well, and you can milk his... he's actually better at E0 for trading post. You can use him much more efficiently as a new player. When you do level him, you kind of lose that. But I think Degenbacher has a skill that's basically Jay's S1, but it doesn't get the sort of debuff at E1 that he gets if you elite him. So normally you would combine him with operators that have like the these type of skills right here. I don't know if April really works that good. Maybe if she's like Elite 2. But these skills that increase the amount of slots, like if you read here, it order limit +1, but it also has improved efficiency. So you kind of want the highest combination of both base amount and how much they increase. Some of these have higher numbers and still decent, like production. So that's really what you want. Or you can even use like Myrtle has like +5. So that gives her like a 20% here, which, you know, still isn't as good as this because this comes out to 29%, the 25 +4 from her +1. So Jay is pretty good when combined with operators that have just a combination of those two things. I think right now that's... Yeah, the most efficient picks would be Gitano and Melantha, but I know there are definitely better options. He would do 20%. And Arquetto at E2, she's a complete champ. And Lapland, when we get a Texas, will also be very efficient. We want someone with no real useful skill who we want. We can do Shaw. We're definitely... Well, we might actually use that. Ansel. Alright, let's see. Is our dorm actually full? Oh, more than full. Yeah, if I don't come in here and manage this often enough, this is gonna, like, snowball pretty poorly. But, I mean, that's fine. Whatever. I am... this is more to demonstrate than anything. I don't have any of those. Do I have... do I have the building materials? I don't think I do. Yeah. But I'll probably get some with dailies. So we'll have to revisit the base. What did I get here? Oh, I got like nothing. That's so pitiful. We will start some recruitments. Cruise pots are probably our best bet here. Oh, you know who else we need is Spot or Gummy. Oh, there we go. That daily gave me some materials. Let's see. 2. This should let me build another XP factory and hopefully a dorm. And that should make us kinda stable. Ooh, I probably can't get to the dorm yet. Factory. Okay. we really need this dorm. This is gonna be spicy. But whatever. We have XP production. We will put Cruise in here. And we are gonna produce XP. Alright. And I will not spend these drones because I'll probably get some more building materials. I'm sorry, the drones are over here. I will probably get some more building materials. I have way too much power. It's ridiculous. Yeah, ridiculous. Alright. Coming back to here. I'm definitely going to buy that because it's got the best discount. I'll save the rest for now. We'll collect that. I don't think I have any tokens to exchange yet. Oh, I should have some levels, though, to spend. And we will put them into... How much do I need? Oh, man, 6 of these. It's crazy, because like, that shit, like, I'm so used to that not costing anything, in a way, like, in my mind. Thinking, like, 6 of these books is nothing. We'll do this real quick. Because we get a Arundum for it and it unlocks the next zone. I don't actually need the books from here right now. But we are still going to do this. Oof. We are on the brink here. Hopefully we have the DPS for this. Oh god. I don't know if I need I don't know if I need a healer at all. Speak of the devil. Come on. Come on, charge. Charge. Oh, oh jeez. Brutal. Look at that. That's why I was so excited to get that skill upgrade yesterday, that extra range. It's also one of the main things. Oh man, I don't know if April can kill those. Do we like not even have the stats for this right now? That's insane. That's gonna leak. Oh my god! Come on! We'll have to come back to that, but at least it unlocks this stage. And we definitely... Well, I could put a healer there going... Drone's gonna come this way. This stage is probably doable if I deploy Ansel earlier to get his skill up. But even then, man, the DPS down here, like if I had Stewart out, it might have been enough. But we are probably better off having our ops that kind of carry the DPS right now, our Arketo, getting some more attack. If we get her to E1, it'll be like no problem. She'd be able to carry the whole thing. I could deploy her in the center. Oh, man. So, the strategy meeting here. We will do Lapland levels. Get her in line. That'll give her a pretty good physical attack. We're still leaning on her S1, so she's a pure physical damage dealer and semi-tanky. For my squad right now, she's quote-unquote tanky. And so where were we last time? Well, we wanted to do annihilation. I have the fourth skill on Shaw, right? We'll give annihilation one try, maybe. Yeah, I do. Okay, I do have enough on there. I don't know if that's actually gonna matter. Who are we gonna need? Probably one of these two. Oh man. Actually, maybe even Kuara. Or hold on, how much? No, I don't have enough. Okay, we're just gonna try this. This might go terrible. This might go terrible. However, Plume's not going to be especially useful. Gitano or Jessica? Do Gitano. Well, or Liskarm. Liskarm might actually be even better. Alright. This is kind of a not super well thought out, but I do know this annihilation. So if only. If only. We'll probably put, well, I could do Mouse here, or I could do Liskarm. I do know I'm going to do that, though. And I think... This will eventually be Kuara, probably. Liskarm doesn't have a talent yet, which is a problem, so I can't I can't abuse Liskarm for what she's used for. Come on, do your AoE. Yeah! So normally, probably wouldn't be able to use this exact strategy on most accounts because a lot of enemies are going to come this way, and then occasionally somewhat strong enemies are going to come out of here. Shaw can kill most of them with her push force, but eventually they'll get too heavy, and you'll actually have to deal damage to them here. I'm not sure how many go this route. It's been too long. But I do remember when I first did this stage, I tried to put Shaw here, and I had someone here, and it didn't actually end up working out that well. And obviously they have this tile here because this entire row of holes is so that you can use a pusher. And this tile is undeployable on And so it's kind of clear that they intended you to be able to use a pusher on here because you cannot block on this square and you have this range tile. So obviously here you can actually spawn camp. But that's... I mean, at E0, you're not going to be powerful enough to use like a spawn camping strategy. If I went in here with my endgame squad, I could literally like I could put like, you know, an operator here, an operator here, an operator here, and I could have operators here with enough like ranged attack that they could even like kill the drones, and it would just be like a complete stomp, you know, everything into the ground, not even a remote challenge. But this Annihilation is inefficient to play later on in the game because the amount of sanity that you have to spend for the amount of Arundum that you get out of it, there's just harder options are better. They're more efficient. So what you really want to do is clear this Annihilation completely so that you can move on to the next one, because it unlocks, it gives you more Arundum that you can get each week and at a better efficiency. So even if you can't complete the Annihilations later on, you still want to do them because you get rewarded based on this, and you get refunded a certain amount of experience. So we can actually level our ops with the XP that we get from here, because Annihilations do give you XP books as well, a pretty decent amount. And at these low levels, that's pretty cheap, but we are going to run into LMD issues. Which is why in the very beginning you build for LMD. You totally, like, your first factory is gold bars, your first factory, the trading post is LMD. I don't know why they have you with, like, if you're not producing gold bars, your trading post does nothing, which is stupid. You'd be better off with 2 factories, one making XP and one making gold bars, and getting the trading post later after you have a stockpile. And I am going to need to shore this up with something. So, I can put... I kind of want Lapland to actually be dealing damage. I'm probably going to put a Lapland, probably just going to put her here, and hope that I don't actually need a real tank down here. That's going to be what we hope, because Lapland's going to charge her skill. We got 400 enemies. Lapland is 100% going to get her skill going. That's going to make her tankier, and it's going to make her hit harder, and she has just the highest attack that I have out of anyone. I think even without Art's damage, we'll probably be okay down here, but I still will have some Art's options. Like, I could do something like that. Because I'm not sure if I want to use mouse up here, but I think I do. I think this is what we want to do. And then if she generates enough DP, or if things get hairy, I can swap her out with Kuora. But if I remove the Vanguard, then we don't generate DP naturally on this stage, and that can become, yes, it's now the harder guys are coming out. And yeah, I don't think we'll have an issue with them. And she can also hit drones, so this should be a pretty decent setup. Now, she doesn't have any healing right now, but I do have a healer. I'm just not sure if I want to do it like that. That's probably what I'll do, actually. And then I still have enough for a caster. Do you have the range? So I would need skill activation to do it this way, to hit her. I would prefer to do it this way, and then I can have skill activation to hit these slots. And I can deploy a... I can actually deploy a caster like that, or like that as well, to have Art's damage. I can't reach Art's here. If I do deploy a caster here, what I could in theory do, which that would be fine, if Perfumer were E1, her range would be able to include that tile, which I would have really liked. If I get enough DP to where I have like a decent safety net, I can replace her with Kuora, but I would want to probably place Emiya here first, so that Kuora then would take ranged hits as much as possible, because I have no way of healing Emiya. I would just have to redeploy her. I'd have to swap her with Orchid if she died, and without DP generation... Oh, Shoot. That is not good. So I do need more defense up here. This is a temporary solution. So... change of plans. So it looks like if I put a defender here, it's going to be Liskarm. I should have been watching up here. I thought that with a pusher and mouse, that would be good enough. Yeah, you see, too heavy. Too heavy to be pushed right now. But these guys are not. These guys will take one hit and they're gone. Holy Jesus! Well, we're not going to get a perfect clear. Oh man, I did not know they had these many guys. That's crazy. I was not expecting that. It's been so long since I played this. I was not expecting a perfect clear as well, just because, like I said, I didn't have exactly what would come out memorized. I just knew that, you know, originally when I'd played this stage early on, I definitely could not clear it. And I'm all E0. So our windows of error are pretty sketch. You know, I still don't have a Myrtle. I don't have a Vigna. Like, if I could have had a Vigna up here generating DP for me. And again, Vigna's attack is just so ridiculous. Well, at E2 with the talent. At this level, Mouse is probably just universally better than Vigna for this role. Holy cow! Man. I don't know if I have the stats for this. I mean, we're close, right? It's the last wave is always the hardest, and it's not like they're just mowing through everyone. As long as our Vanguard doesn't die, like, I have options, and obviously, like I said, just a few E1s just make an astronomical difference here. Perfume with a range, Arketo actually with range, but also the higher the skills go, the more this scaling really helps. Skill level 7 would drop the cost down from 5 to 4, which is a huge damage increase. Mouse being just a little bit tankier. All of these things, like, just a little bit more across the board. Yeah, like, my tanks are... there's no way. There's literally no way. Yep, that's it. So, we definitely need some E1s to make it through Annihilation 1. I'm not completely surprised. Got overwhelmed. How many of these? 9. I was hoping for a bit more than that. 110, we'll take it. If we have to, we'll see how much Arundum we can get this week, but there is no way we're gonna get everything. Yeah, that's great. Alright, let us collect. That, though, we will take. So. Can we finish this yet? Nope. One more. 2 left. Maybe we'll get lucky. Scavenger, not especially lucky. We're not going to build Scavenger. We don't need her unless you're going to do 4 Star Knights. You don't need Scavenger. We can promote Cruise. And then we have enough for some XP. We weren't using Cruise in that stage. We're using our Keto. But that does give her a talent. Fang, that doesn't give us enough. So, who is our most meaningful? E1 right now. Maybe. So Lapland was the one who died. And she might be the most meaningful E1. Even if we stick with skill 1. She mainly, the issue we ran into was like stats. Just damage. We need more damage. Actually, though, Gitano might have been better than Orchid for the mobs. So I could do that, or how much do you cost? Because I can actually Elite 1 her. I don't have enough LMD at the end, unless I farm some, which I can do. Requires much less of that. So we will do. I would rather E1 Lava just because Gitano is kind of better, but our resources are really tight, and the promotion costs, I don't want to have to farm for her, because I think I can stretch Lava long enough to where the AoE caster, it becomes kind of obsolete at a certain point for the most part, or I get better AoE options in general. So we might go for Lava because 3 stars are also nice to have for integrated strategies. And I think her skill, she has a better Rick skill long term as well. She has like a power skill, power plant.
Thank you.
And I don't have that, so we gotta farm some money. Unfortunate. I was hoping to avoid. One of the things I wanted to do with this was to avoid farming as much as possible. So I think we can do this stage. Hopefully we can. Hopefully this isn't a huge mistake. So we'll set up here. Oh, nah, I kind of wish this was an AoE unit now. Oh well. That'll probably be fine. We'll put Cruise up here. Easy-ish. Not too bad. Alright. How much money did we get? 4,000 from that? That's not enough. And we're not even going to attempt that. E120. Come on. We need 2 of these. Boo. Even that's not enough to get us E1 on Lapland. So, it looks like... Man, who are we gonna elite? Realistically, a regular new player would probably just be best served farming XP, skill books if they can, and you know, basic leveling and elite materials at this point, and not trying to push too deep in the story. But it is still nice to get access to the more efficient stages. It's the deeper you can go, for the most part, the more reward you get for the sanity that you spend. And so that if you can avoid having to level up, or you know, not level up, but if you can avoid having to farm for resources early on, it is more efficient. But it is not efficient if you have to fail stages a whole bunch of times and lose sanity. So there's like kind of a balance between the two. How skilled and efficient you can be with your strategy, and how deep into the story you can push, so that you have the greatest amount of window for error in your strategies when you don't have a stage memorized, or if you're not going to mold on it and completely optimize. Which, you know, some people like. A lot of the players who people consider to be the best players, they're the ones who enjoy the process of optimization. That's not really my favorite. I like the more improvisational stuff, which is why I'm a big fan of integrated strategies. But I actually think the older ones were better than the newer ones, because I feel like you have just the greatest amount of opportunity to experiment in IS2 compared to like IS4. It's not that it's not there, but how often are your runs going to get ended due to no fault of your own? That's kind of how I look at it. If you were to do everything perfectly, and you take like the complete RNG squad and you test out different operators, which mode is going to have the least amount of punishment for experimentation? And in my experience, that's IS2 by like astronomical margin. And there's a number of reasons for that. There's a lot of things that I don't really like that a lot of the people that do enjoy optimization praise and consider later integrated strategies to do well, and I 100% disagree, because I think that's what contingency contract is for. Contingency contract is for optimization, and that's where people, you know, you can push into max risk and try to find like exactly the way to sort of get around the risks that you're using and come up with like the, you know, sort of frame perfect strategy. Integrated strategies should be a mode where you really have to figure it out as you go along, and it's always balanced out by risk versus reward. So when they introduced things like the aberrations in IS3 and the light level and collapsal values, these are things that are just bad. You don't get, there's no risk versus reward, there's just risk. Your only reward is beating it. You would never choose to have an aberration and be like, you know what, this is bad for this operator, but it benefits me in this weird way. Like if for every operator you had an aberration for, you got like ingots and XP bonus, then you might say, okay, like maybe I actually want to maintain this. Or a similar thing with like collapsals. Maybe I would want to actually not reduce my collapsal value, because then I would lose these other benefits. And then you actually have a risk versus reward. In IS2, if you leak, it just removes your life, and that's the end of it. There's no additional layer that causes this domino effect. Oh, you leaked once in this stage, now you're going to be more likely to leak for the rest of all time. And I just think that's bad game design. I will fight anyone on that topic. I hate when I see people defend it. It's awful. If they want to make something more difficult, that is not the way to do it. They make it more difficult in something like integrated strategies through maybe having more randomized enemies on stages, maybe having elites. So, like in Diablo, one of the things that made Diablo great is that elites, you didn't actually know exactly what every elite would have, what their abilities would be. There'd be some wiggle room in there. I kind of wish we had more of that, because in IS2, for instance, we didn't have the aberrations, we didn't have the collapsal value. We had hallucinations, and hallucinations always came with a pro. So maybe all of your operators take damage, but so do the enemies. And then on top of that, you do more damage, but then so do the enemies. So it's like everyone is suffering and benefiting equally, but you get this trade off where it's not just something bad happening, it's something different. And so I really wish that instead of just trying to add stats, increase hope costs, have these sort of cascading negative reactions in integrated strategies to make it more difficult, they just made everything more where you had to be on your toes and figure it out as you went, but not just like a slap in the face. Oh, you didn't bring the right operator to this stage that you didn't know you were going to get, and now you have zero chance of winning. Your run is over. Because so many of the good players, they will defend content where the way that you beat it is to do the exact same thing over and over and over again until it works. And I hate that. I hate it so much. I will always hate it. I will always put in my feedback that that's the wrong direction to go, particularly for integrated strategies, that they really need to, like, the what's difficult about the game at this stage for a new player is that it's fundamentally different than from an endgame like design of strife and stuff like that. Yes, I'm being stat checked to a certain degree, and I can kind of optimize my strats with my operators that are, right now kind of on the brink of being just good enough to get through stuff to maybe being a little underpowered. But like with enough optimization, for the most part, you can get through a lot of stuff. But that there's nothing special about the enemies. If they need it to be more difficult, maybe they give more of them, or maybe they're coming from a different direction, or maybe they route slightly different, you know. But there's not any complicated mechanics that, we have these bosses now that have like 500 word essays of abilities to get around some of the operators that kind of ruin the meta, like Surtur. And I'm just not a fan of that direction of the game. I feel like they shouldn't have balanced around characters that maybe they regret to a certain degree putting out, like Surtur. If people want to use her to trivialize the game, that should have been up to them. They should have never balanced bosses around it, because so many of the good players, they'll go intentionally nerf themselves. They pick the challenge level that they want. By using only 4 stars, or doing 3 stars, or doing E0 or E1 clears, or doing niche nights. And so, in my opinion, they really should just not have released Surtur ever, or operators that kind of went in that direction of hard power creep versus soft power creep being, selection. So the way Ina's power creeps bagpipe is not the same as the way Surtur power creeps everything that came before that. But at the same time, Surtur's not even that good in a lot of ways, because she's useful maybe 5% or less of the time. The rest of the time, having her in your squad is a waste of space. New players are better off borrowing a Surtur when they need her than building her, and maybe that's a permanent fixture. She's only useful if you want to conveniently farm a stage AFK by being able to replay it. But functionally, you should never actually need a Surtur in your account, and in that case, she's not even that good. She's only that good in that when you need her, the amount of utility that she provides with no need to synergize with anyone else, I don't actually think that that was a good direction for the game to go. But most of what people consider the meta today is based around operators that you deploy in a complete vacuum where you can ignore everyone else in your squad. I mean, Supa literally defends that being a necessity for an operator to be quote unquote good. And I think that that's untrue. I think that synergies that make operators together more powerful than they are individually in both directions. So let's say you have operator A at 100%, operator B at 100%. When you put them together, you don't have 200%, you have 250%, right? Versus a character like Surtur, who you have Surtur, she's at 100% no matter who you combine. Surtur's still only contributing the same 100%. But that 100% is so ridiculous that nobody even tries to synergize them. The only Surtur synergy strat that exists is keep Surtur alive, and that's taking your entire squad and dedicating it to keep one operator alive, and that's it. And the amount of resources you need to throw into making that work is ridiculous. And it's if it were that good, more people would do it. It's a complete gimmick. So I think that Surtur is fundamentally bad for the game. If I could delete her from existence and reverse time and make them balance the game completely differently in a world that didn't have her and bring it back to how this early game was, I would do it in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. And that does not help me decide who we're going to invest in to push further. Because we are in an issue where I don't really want to have to spend all my sanity and wrap up just farming gold so that I can elite. How expensive? 20,000. What I can see if we can do. Is that going to be useful? That might be enough to get me at least to the next tranche. We'll try this. If this isn't enough, man, I can't believe that lava is my first E1. That is depressing. If this isn't enough, then we literally are just stuck in a state where we just have to farm more to get to Elite 1 with more of our ops. Fang and Plume aren't really optimal choices because, like I said, what we really want is Myrtle, and even if they're cheaper to raise, like Fang is really limited on the DP she generates, and her base stats aren't that good to hold the line, which is kind of what we've had to use her for. And even maxed out, she's not really that good at that. So investing in her, even if it's cheap, we don't get that much out of it for the low cost. And the same is kind of true for Plume. When, like I said, Vigna, once you get her to E1, she does what Plume does. Yeah, she costs a little more to get there, but like even Mouse, like I could, if I didn't have Mouse and I had Vigna, and they were both or if we had to compare Mouse to Vigna at E1, there are very few things that Mouse would do that I could not kind of get away with using Vigna for. Although honestly, I would still probably use both. And the reason why I picked Lapland actually is the 5-star and not maybe Telopsis or Warfern or one of them is because early game, it's really important to have characters that can cover a lot of roles. So even though a lot of people say Lapland kind of falls off or is only good for silence or whatnot, I get it. But the thing is in so many cases, especially when you're talking about like at E1, the ability, her arts, when she gets her skill 2, DPS is decent enough to be used in a lot of strategies. She hits drones, she blocks 2, her DPS is mid but not bad. And so it's kind of like you get a little bit of everything. And when you can only invest in a handful of operators early on, that is actually better than, say, like Spectre. Because Spectre is not going to double as being able to hit drones. She's also not going to be able to. She can tank decently because of her skill, but she doesn't have the range. She has like a different suite of things. Spectre is a very good pick at this stage, but I can kind of get away with any other Centurion, and it doesn't have to be a 6-star. I guess not Broca. Like I could, put an Estelle in there or something, and she'd be good enough for the Centurion role. Or even better is I get like a La Pluma. And so that is why I didn't go with Spectre, or, Talopsis is mainly good once you get her to E2, and healers are not super critical at this stage. And 5 stars also aren't so rare that you don't just assume you're going to get them anyways. So if you play for like a year and a half, you're going to have 90% of the 5 stars. Just guaranteed. If unless you just never roll on any banner. But if you roll on even like if you roll for the characters you want, you're going to get 5 stars. You'll get 1 5-star roughly for every 10 pulls, plus, once a year or so, you get like a 5-star selector to fill in the gaps. And if there's a really, really good 5-star like Shamar, you might buy her for 45 gold certs. And so the expectation is that, especially by the time you get to an endgame account, not having a 5-star is rare. You're likely going to have some 5 stars that are even max potential. And so you don't really have to be super concerned with which of the 5 stars you pick. But that's why I took Lapland. It's because she's a jack of all trades, master of none, that I never have to regret investing in, and potentials help. And really, the kind of deal breaker is, one of the big minuses that people bring up with other operators, whether that's split damage or not being specialized enough. Like, if you only have resources to build, 13, 14 operators, you can't get away with just doing 12, because you need at least kind of a pusher, kind of a puller, especially early game. You need a bit of AoE stuff that you might, for the most part, abandon eventually once you have mostly E2s and are deeper in the story and whatnot. But that when you have so few slots and are stretching your resources, you do really need kind of more of the jack of all trades. And so that's kind of why, people might try to get Thorns as their starter, and I think he really sucks as a starter, because he sucks until he's E2. Like, Arketo's gonna scale very well. She's going to be very consistent, E0, E1, and E2, because her S1 is good, right? And the main thing holding me back is just her raw stats. But even her trust bonus is really good. So even if she's more expensive to raise, even if she ends up being a lower equivalent level than, say, Cruz for the same investment level, material cost or whatnot, Arquetto is just going to massively outscale Cruz. It's not even going to be close. And that's why if I didn't have Arketto, if I had someone else, I would actually be using Cruz a lot more. But I'm still raising her because you do need the 2 marksmen, because there are a lot of drones early game. And I've spent way too much time deciding who to invest in. Oh, I guess, no, I did. We put Lava. We did put Lava to E1, so I lied. I don't think I have a way to get this skill book. I do. I can probably make that. 10k. Oh, that's enough to E1 another. Do I want to E1 Cruise? No, we're just going to keep that in the bank. Let's see. I need one of these. I don't think I can do skill books yet, though. Yeah. So we just have to hope we get lucky on that. Alright. Let us try this again. We're basically going to do the same strat. Instead of slower, though, we're going to do AoE. Because that was definitely... It's definitely an issue we were having. wonder if that's better. Yeah, that might be better. And then we'll put the AoE here. They have shorter range. I kind of lose out a bit on coverage on this tile, but I think that our AoE caster will fix that. We just need Fang to generate some more DP. Come on. Oh, I just realized I don't have List Arm. Hopefully that's not going to be a problem. Come on, Fang, give me some DP. I'm not sure if I need to shore this up or Lava, who's more pressing. I guess that answers our question. So hopefully this is enough to where our defenses here don't get overwhelmed. For sure, though, the AoE is helping with the efficiency down here. It would be nice if I could replace her with a defender. I kind of messed up with who I took. But I don't know. Depending on how this goes, I could give it another shot if I think there's still room to optimize this enough to maybe complete it. It is hard to say at this point. I mean, things are looking good, but this was the wave that killed us last time.
弦の振動を感じてみんな私に続け消防規則にのっとり違反行為として処罰する
Yeah, so far so good. I definitely think AoE was the right choice here. Proper AoE and pseudo AoE.
みんな私に続け問題ないわ何をま亡霊だってお前を救えないさ福音が指先に集まるみんな私に続け
And again, Lapland is being useful just in that she can hit some drones as well. Like I said, one of the reasons why I took her.
みんな私に続け貫くみんな一緒に遊ぼうどいたどいた貫く
Shaw's kind of getting beat up a surprising amount there. Gotta keep an eye on my healers. Man, we're gonna make it into probably the last wave. So this was, lava was the right choice, I think. I'm just a little paranoid that someone's gonna take like a burst of damage and go down and the whole thing will collapse after that, but so far so good. And it would be nice if I could replace Fang at this point with Kuora. Oh, I forgot to have Liskarm in this squad. Because then I would have put Liskarm up here instead of Kuora since there's more pressure down here. This is what I was talking about with the shield guards. Shaw's not going to do anything. But hopefully Mouse has got us covered. Yeah. Oh no. Lapland, survive. So now I have to start being conscientious of, I think she'll make it, yeah, of skill times. We'll see. It's getting a bit sketch. The 450, we might go down after 450. But we'll see. We're holding on for now. Come on, kill him. Kill him before you take that hit. Oh, just barely made it. Who died? Frick. Frick, frick, frick. Ah! What can I do about that? Scant little. Yeah, that's it. It's over. This is how it ends. This is how it ends.
問題ないわ。落ち着いて。ここからは弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。
This is so bad. There is nothing I can do about this. Everyone I put down is gonna die. Yeah. Literally don't have the stats for this. That's unfortunate. But we can make it to the very last wave. We need a few more E1s. Mainly, we need Lapland to have a bit more stats. Need Lapland to have a bit more stats. And... all of that should help. Uncommon. Oh, these things actually are never guaranteed. Can I craft them? No. How much gold do we have? So, in theory, we need to start farming for Elite 1. That is our best strat. And Lapland is probably our most impactful at this point. Arketo is also pretty significant, but we really have to pick and choose right now. And luckily all of these are open, so we need some of these. Three lanes, right? 1, 2, 3. And very limited range tiles. Is there? I can't remember if there's invisible units on this. I know there is on the second one. So we can put our AoE healer here. 2 lanes. We need one more. Pusher. Maybe Kuora. I don't have anyone that can reach that far, though. Wheel! Let's see. 1, 2, 3. I think we can do it with this. I hope we can do it with this. I am not 100% sure.
消防規則にのっとり違反行為として処罰する。
Like that. Hopefully we don't get tons of units out of there. Oh shit. That won't work.
悪くない位置取りだね。貫く。消火器噴射します。
This is a problem. I might need more ground units.
主の祝福が消防規則にのっとり違反行為として処罰する。
Yeah. Fang can barely hang on here, but she is hanging on. Korra will probably survive. Arketo is really doing nothing but preventing her from taking excess damage. And I really need one more ground unit. Fang does not have the stats to hold that. Oh. And it would be better if Mouse was up here because she does more damage. Oh, that's not enough. Holy cow. We're gonna fail this. Holy shit. Who's leaking? Who's consistently leaking? Is Lapland leaking? Nope, it's here. It's here. All right.
準備を。はい、精一杯頑張ります。準備完了。喜んで。
We will stick with
ロードス
that.
に乱電修道院の抜きんでた戦術素養をお見せしましょう。
And
準備完了。
you know what though? J might work.
な、店閉めるの忘れたな。
Not optimal, but it's what we'll use for now.
諸君、君らの顔なんて覚えてられないけど、まあ行こうか。おバカさんたち、僕が相手だよ。みんな、私に続け。現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。貫く。この槍に全てをかけて我が信念を貫く。悪くない位置取りだね。福音が指先に集まる。みんな、私に続け。消防規則にのっとり違反行為として処罰
That's
す
her
る。
attack.
準備
219,
完了。
235.
く。現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。怯えたりしませんから。現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
No, fuck. This is about to leak.
さあ、あと少し。準備完了。警戒態勢。
Fuck! Jesus Christ! This is freaking ridiculous. Holy shit.
消火器噴射します。サンダーストーム。
どうし
Yeah,
やす
Jay
か
needs that would have to be S2. So,
雷鳴よ。
she can't keep that locked down. But we are very, very close. So I just need to throw something else down here to prevent this.
とてもに拝見と言っていた。
That's stupid.
やってみましょう。3
チャージ。はい。ドクター、準備でき。どの矢を使えばいいですか。 みんなの足引っ張っちゃいました。
But we did get... Wait, did we? Did we not get either of those? Son of a bitch. Really? Did we just completely waste sanity on that? That would upset me.
ムースは地味だから偵察に向いてると思いますよ。怖くはないわ。おバカさんたち、僕が相手だよ。主の祝福があらんことを。みんな私に続け。備えは万全です。
So, I have maybe an idea.
Huh? 準備完了。消防規則にのっとり違反行為として処罰する。福音が指先に集まる。ムース、怯えたりしませんから。
やってみましょう。水洗い。
消防規則にのっとり違反行為として処罰する。
We're gonna let him die, and then we're just going to redeploy people just to be meat shields out here.
承知しております。ドクター、無駄無駄。
That's the strat. Operation Meat Shield.
みんな私に続け。
We don't want to use Liskarn for that, though.
福音が指先に集まる。
Yeah, it's right.
どうしやすか。
現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
Boom! That's what I'm talking about.
全ターゲットを鎮圧。
So, I need 3 of these, right? 3?
おかえりドクター。
3 more.
どんどん強くなる僕の力、愛してくれるよね。
3 of these. Oh, getting Lapland to E1 will make my life so much easier. Although, I might have to go out of my way to farm skill level 7.
主の祝福があらんこと。戦ってみんな、私に続け。怖くはここだ。
But right now, even just those base stats will be huge.
貫く。了解しました。この程度のスピードで私に勝てるとでも。ここだよ。運命に抗うなかれ。
It will be interesting to see some of these replays, like the gap in what do you call it? The window of error expand as the trust increases. But you do have to be careful when you elite operators because it increased their DP cost, and that can completely screw up old replays, particularly going from E0 to E1. Probably wouldn't make a difference for this stage, though. Even if everyone costs more, these enemies are so weak that the stats and particularly the trust bonuses and stuff like that, it'll just make it these die so quickly. There's very little chance of leaking. But in later stages, it definitely happens. You raise operators and then you go to a replay and it completely fails. You kill an enemy too quickly and then it spawns the next wave before you have your stuff ready for it. Everything goes downhill from there. It's quite entertaining.
治療の準備を。ここからはブースの戦いです。現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。ムースは地味だから偵察に向いてると思いますよ。獲物を見つけました。戦ってみんな、私に続け。これが狙って貫く。了解しました。ラテラーノの栄光を背負って戦います。狙ってカードを引くがよい。福音が指先に集まる。ここからはブースの戦いです。狙って
Alright.
身の程を知らない高波が堅固な岩礁にぶつかって弾けたようですね。
Oh, I might not have needed to do 3 of those.
おかえりドクター。
Can I expedite? I cannot. Do I have more sticks yet? I don't. wanted to see.
ドクター。
Oh, I haven't even done this stage yet.
行ってくる。援護よろしくな。各自配置につけ。みんな一緒に遊ぼう。持ちこたえてください。獲物を見つけました。貫く。福音が指先に集まる。悪くない位置取りだね。みんな私について。
This should be completely trivial at this point.
弦の振動を感じて。そうだ。みんな私に続け。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。ここからは夫婦の戦いです。おバカさんたち、僕が相手だよ。これが戦場という。福音が指先に集まる。作戦目標予定通り完遂しました。
Might as well.
みんなくれぐれも安全にね。各自配置につけ。獲物を見つけました。みんな私に続け。治療の準備を。弦の振動を感じて。
Oh, come on. Really? Holy shit. This says required level 15. Why are these guys so tanky? Did these guys should not be this tanky. That's so dumb.
みんな
Alright.
リラックスしてていいからね。承知しております。主の祝福があらんこと。福音が指さ貫く。弦の振動を感じて。治療の準備を。弦貫く。かしこまりました。この槍に全てをかけて我が信念を貫く。弦には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。ここからはさあ、あと少し。備えは万全です。おバカさんたち、福音が指先に集まる。早くゲームオーバ 救急箱のあなたのお薬です。受け取ってください。了解し。福音が指先に集まる。
That's pretty freaking crazy.
現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難が。
Level 15. How the frick would you do that with level 15? They're on crack. Oh, level 30. I still feel like they're on crack for that. Whatever. We didn't lose any sanity at least. Alright. We can build out... What were we gonna build? A second factory. Oh, we need the dorm. We need these blocks.
Products received.
That uses 3.
Debris cleared. Infrastructure complete.
Office. Gets us another recruitment slot. Or another factory. We'll do a factory for now.
Debris cleared.
Oh, we can't even do another factory yet. But what we can do is get more trust and actually have maybe stable, some semblance of stability here. Durin's, this skill is actually really strong. And I'll probably level her to 30 once I have like a decent pace. But yeah, this will actually make our facility somewhat stable. We can swap her out because we have the capacity. And it would probably be smart actually to farm like construction materials to just start pimping out the base even this early on, even over leveling operators and pushing the story. If I had to balance the sanity cost, that's just not as interesting. But I don't know, we really can't push very much further right now. All we can do is see if we can E1 Lapland, and that way I don't have to grind out the base as much because I can milk the dailies more. And what do we need? We'll get these first. This uses a lot of sanity though, and we might not even get what we need out of this. In fact, to get Lapland's the chips we need, that might use the whole sanity up. We'll probably have to use a potion. Well, potions expire today, so there's no point in holding them. So we will definitely get the chips we need, unless we're super unlucky. And meanwhile, all of our guys are getting trust while they do this, and even though grinding out trust using sanity is incredibly inefficient, it's insanely inefficient. The base is hands down the best way to do it. But again, newbie squad, man, it just doesn't matter. Every attack, every defense, every hit point, astronomical. At E0, astronomical. In E1, it's meaningful. At E2, it's almost meaningless. In E2, the only relevant stat, by and large, is hit points, and it's only when you're breaking through a threshold. So, for instance, there's thresholds at 1500 hit points. There's a number of arts attacks, for instance, AoEs that do 1500 arts damage or 1500 physical, or maybe like an elemental effect. 1500 damage is common. If you have a character that has less than 1500 hit points, chances are they're going to get one-shotted. If you have 1501 hit point, you might take that hit and be at 1 hit point and have enough time for your healers to either bring you back or to get in some extra damage, because 2 hits versus 1 hit is a huge difference. So it's It's incredibly meaningful to get over the 1500 hit point, which you'll see with casters. Like Golden Glow is a good example. She had like 1480 hit points maxed out until her module came out. And now she has over 1500 hit points with the module. That's actually crazy good. Like a lot that flies under people's radar, but that's crazy good. Because again, that's the difference between having Golden Glow, one of the most powerful operators in the game, alive versus dead from getting one-shotted. And if she's alive after an AoE, then presumably you can still deal damage with her, and ideally that AoE won't happen so frequently that she can't be healed before the next one. So 1500's a big deal. The other thresholds are at like 2000, and then there's, you know, another one at like 4000. However, very few operators really run into that issue of 4000 hit points. It's mainly an issue for defenders. So like Hoshiguma, her one weakness, a lot of people will say that Nyan tanks better. No, not really. Nyan does not mitigate as good as Hoshiguma, except for in a narrow range of damages, and even then only physical. Because Hoshiguma's talent is one of the only ones that mitigates true damage. It works on arts, it works on everything. The issue is that Hoshiguma can't absorb a single hit that is 4000 damage. Like, for instance, true damage, like the Londinium Cannon, for instance. Hoshiguma can only survive that on RNG, whereas Nyan can tank it with her module. Nyan without her module, I think, is universally worse than Hoshiguma, because she becomes reliant on her skill, and a lot of people think that Hoshiguma only has one skill, which is her S2. That's not true. You can buff her defense much higher with her other skills. S2 is just her most versatile and most used skill. And, yeah, for good reason. It's good. But, you know, if you're comparing Nyan with the activated skill to Hoshiguma's S2, that's not really a good comparison. But those extra hit points that she gets from her max level module, it's very meaningful. It's crazy. I tested a Nyan without module against a phase 1 Patriot for just infinite tanking, basically. Can they infinite tank? Nyan does not need her skill to tank phase 1 Patriot at all with a setup designed for it, if you have her module maxed out, because the extra hit points becomes so meaningful, and the talent upgrades for her stacking defense become meaningful as well. But without it, she gets one-shotted. Like, Patriot just walks up there and obliterates her. And so, at least unless you have her skill burning when that happens. So it's not necessarily a practical test, because you should be able to get through Patriot's phase 1 in her skill duration. It's you know, in theory, theoretical max tanking capacity. Hoshiguma has better mitigation overall because her talent is just super good, especially with her module. She just takes less overall damage, except in a narrow window of damage, where basically, like, once damage gets above a certain amount, Nyan's additional base armor doesn't actually help mitigate damage as much as Hoshi's talent of just occasionally ignoring the extra damage. And if it's below a certain amount, then they're both armor maxed and only taking 5%, and then on top of that, Hoshi's just going to be not taking some of that damage. So her mitigation is almost universally better. It tanks better arts, it tanks better, only one that can tank true damage. And we have 2 of those and 2 of those. Man! Yeah, maybe we'll get lucky. Hope we get 2 in a row. But yeah, it's just on how much healing do you need to keep them alive. Hoshiguma just requires less healing than Nyan, and I tested that. It's just a raw fact, even against physical damage. The caveat is that Nyan has more hit points, and so those huge single hit attacks, if they exceed taking 4000 damage, Hoshiguma simply cannot survive without her talent proccing, which turns it into a RNG check. And so that is actually a pretty big weakness, but it doesn't appear early game at all. And by and large, it's mostly irrelevant. So the debate over who's better, Hoshi or Nyan, to be honest, realistically right now, it almost never matters. Typically the preference is going to come up to if you need Nyan's shields or not, which is mostly a contingency contract thing. But if you don't need her shields, in general, Hoshi's better. If you do need the shields, then Yan is the only option, because Mudrock, generally, you can't hella drop her with the shields. Although, honestly, I think people these days use Neural Alter, because she comes in with the 4 shields as well, and if you're going to get one-shotted anyways, because your 4k hit point advantage is completely gone once you consider hit point reduction risks, like if you're cutting defender hit points in half, the extra hit points that Nyan has become so much less meaningful. So that's kind of what I was saying. Like in situations like that, it usually comes down more to the shields than the hit points. But in general content where you don't have to worry about those types of debuffs, it is meaningful. At least in very niche scenarios that generally are not practical. But you never know. A lot of people used to re-roll when they got Hoshi in the early days. Hoshi was my starter, and I never felt that held me back, because I actually considered it an advantage that when I first started E2ing units, Hoshi could tank just fine at E1. And so, sure, you know, maybe people like when they get Thorns, but if Thorns holds you back at E0, holds you back at E1, and meanwhile Hoshi can do her job perfectly competently at E0, E1, and E2, right? No matter how good Thorns is at E2, you had to struggle in the beginning until you get him there. And if Hoshi can hold her own at E1 for a very long time, which she can, then you can promote other units. And by the time I was E2ing units, I had a Silver Ash. Thorns... Did Thorns exist? I think he was a new operator when I started playing. And it took me a while to get a Thorns. But I got a Silver Ash. He was my second E2 after Hoshi. And the fact that I could upgrade my Vanguard and not, you know, worry about missing out on their ability to even be worth putting into the squad like Thorns is at E0 and E1, you know, I was able to use Hoshi the whole time. I had Texas in my squad. She was one of my first 5 stars. She was my first E2. No regrets there. I think here's the thing. Myrtle she's more DP efficient. However, you rarely actually need that. So when you do need it, it's hard to replace Myrtle with Texas, but more often than not, you'll run into issues where you have Myrtle deployed and you lose that DP efficiency because maybe she has to block a little bit and you can't activate her skill, or in general, you just need somebody that's not gonna leak to be on the board, and Texas kind of helps with that more. And again, you still see her in so many max risk runs. It's insane. I did not get lucky. So we've got to blow our sanity potion. Wait, what? Did I generated enough sanity to be able to do this another time? Okay. Well, if we get lucky, we'll get our card chip. We still gotta blow the sanity potion to farm the mats for Lapland, but... Yeah. Oh, Texas versus Myrtle, though. Yeah. I definitely think that until... Well, I still think Myrtle's the optimal first D2. Don't get me wrong. That's just because she's cheaper to raise and unlocks friend support. But I do think that a lot of players overly rely on Myrtle and run into problems because of it. Let me put it that way. A lot of times when an operator is really, really good, people will completely overlook their weakness, rely solely on them, and want to ignore everyone else in the archetype. And that leads to a problem that I call leaving power on the table, which basically means, like, there's players that, either don't use vanguards at all because of operators like Mountain, and they swear that this is somehow optimal, or that vanguards are just like guards but weaker and that they're not a good archetype and all they're good for is DP. I think these are like extremely short-sighted because vanguards have incredible scaling, but they do require a bit of team synergy, which again, Supa would argue automatically makes someone bad. I don't think that's true. I think it just relies on getting more than just the sum of the operators you're using out of it. So for instance, like Bagpipe's a good example. If you have a Sculptor, and sure, you know, Supa also argues Bagpipe's that I agree, best operator in the game. But Bagpipe's S2 has multiplicative damage, it hits multiple targets, it has RNG proc to do extra hits and additional multiplicative damage, and you can actually combine her with an operator like Sculptor, and the buff that Sculptor gives Bagpipe synergizes so incredibly well that it makes Bagpipe better than most guards in the game. Like, even if you compare her to operators like Thorns, which isn't quite one for one because Bagpipe can't hit drones, like time to kill, how likely they are to get you know, punched to death by an enemy or an elite or something like that. Like Thorns can still actually get overwhelmed or killed by things. Bagpipe kills stuff so quickly she usually doesn't even have to tank it, especially when you say combine her with hey, we got our chip. Especially when you combine her with something like Sculptor, because she just gets everything that she needs more of. She gets enough defense to where her S2 is normally enough to defense to tank nearly anything. She has enough attack to where that extra attack bonus goes through the 2 layers of multiplicative damage. She has a fast attack rate, so she utilizes those extra stats very efficiently. And when you M3 her, her SP cost of 4 means that generally you're one-shotting every enemy, and it acts almost like an unlimited skill. So she basically hits for 4k with nearly every hit. And that's usually enough to just one-shot everything that gets thrown at her. And with her module, she even turns into like a DP manufacturing machine because you're getting 2 DP for every one of those hits. It's insane how good she is. You know, other vanguards to differing extents have similar benefits because they generally come with multiplicative damage. If they don't come with multiplicative damage, then they do become problematic. And I agree with a lot of the sentiment that people feel about them. But like Siege, I think is massively underrated and underappreciated because people just don't try and take advantage of the multiplicative bonuses, or they write her off as just being completely obviated by Saga, and with her module, that is no longer the case. I think that's obsolete information. It's out of date. So we need 2 more of these, and we have nowhere else to farm them. I'm glad these have a chance of dropping here, though. Man, hopefully we get lucky. I'm a little curious. Let's see. I know last time I did this, it was a bit of a struggle because my stats were a bit sketchy. But we got the extra levels and a little bit more trust bonus at this point. So I think W's still going to come in here and wipe out. I think I had Amiya up here. She's probably still going to get one-shotted, but let's see how different this looks this time around. Yep. Still gets one-shotted. That's not a surprise. But I think that, yeah, see, she wasn't really close to dying there this time around. And let's see if W dies quicker. Dies way quicker, yeah. Look at that. Because I remember deploying her just because I wasn't sure if Mouse was going to survive. But our extra stats are making a huge difference here already.
Mission accomplished.
Huge difference. That stage would have been so easy if I had my
間違いあります
current levels
作
and
戦通りに
operators.
動いてちょうだいねみんな
I could optimize this, but we're not going to bother.
獲物を見つけましたみんな私に続け福音が指先に集まる
What would have been smart of me is if, I mean, I could have brought like a Yato and baited out her, I could have placed Yato here to bait out her attack and then placed Amiya so that she could survive instead of getting killed there. That would have been the smart thing to do, or just wait for W to pass through and then deploy.
配置についたわおバカさんたち僕が相手だよ目標地点に到着弦の振動を感じて
This wasn't a good move. Well, it was necessary at the time, but at this point, because our DPS there wasn't really at threat of dying, her DPS is just less than Plume's. It would have been better to keep Plume attacking here, because we have Kuora here, who's essentially going completely unused at the moment. Although I do not have a healer here.
弦には3つの選択
If I had Perfumer at E1, I could have put her there facing up and healed that whole area way more efficiently. We did not get 2 of these, we only got 1. So, let's hope we get lucky.
行動開始みんな気をつけてここを死守します
So close to a E1 Lapland. So
獲
close.
物を見つけました
And then we can throw some cheap levels on her. I don't want to level her too much because we still want some resources to E1 the rest of the squad. But that's probably going to be what this guide turns into for
敵には3種の
like the
苦難が
next
あります
week is going to be more farming stuff for E1 than pushing into the story. Even though I probably could to a certain degree. It might be a mix of the two, we'll see. But E1, like having to farm the chips fresh, not having a stockpile from events and whatnot, just means that I have to spend a lot of sanity to get these guys to the next, like, tranche of power.
おバカさんたち
But E1 really does open up the versatility so much and let us push way beyond where you would otherwise think you should be able to. But E0, E0 is another beast.
Mission accomplished.
敵を一人残らず倒すことができましたロドスのみんなは
Hey, we got it. And I think we only needed 3. Hopefully we don't need 4.
おかえ
I
り
don't remember. We will find out. Yup, we are good. Hell yeah.
君の寵愛確か
Look at all those extra stats. This probably still isn't enough to get us through, because we need Mouse as well to be better. Or Perfumer. Is that enough to get us through Annihilation?
絶対に忘れません
Oh, where's Liskarm? $322.
レベルアップ完了しました
What's Kuora at right now? 374? Okay. Can we through annihilation.
Received.
I do not know.
おかえり
Oh, wait. Did we get more building materials? We did.
Products received.
So I think right now probably makes more sense to do 2 XP, 1 gold. And then have to farm for LMD. Because 2 gold is just going to give us way too much gold.
Infrastructure complete.
Let's see what our production is at. It's probably pitiful. Oh, but look at that improvement. Massive gains. Day 1, day 2. Man, I wish I could see gains like that. Oh my god. So, we're gonna get... Does this even have XP? Nope, just LMD. So we're gonna get a lot more. We're just gonna continue to see this rise. That's gonna be great. And I can't do anything here. I don't think I have any of these either. But what I can do... Well, I don't have the certs for that. Ooh. What even to buy out of here? We'll save this for now. Because we need... And maybe I should get that HR office for this slot. Because I'm going to accumulate these faster than I can use them with just 2. I need at least 3 to use them efficiently. Because normally you would want to buy these out so that you could have the permits to buy everything. But running 2 at a time, I don't know if I generate these quickly enough. The other thing that I could do... I have 2, 380. The other thing that I can do, because I'm going to have to burn through the ones that have some certs already. Can I finish this? I think I'm just shy. But any pots that I can get right now will be meaningful. Yeah, just shy. Well, we are going to try that annihilation. But, what do we get? DP cost, that'll help a little bit. So, can we... can we make it? We made it to the last wave. But can we go all the way? Now, I don't need Orchid. We do need Shaw. Lava, Lapland, Plume. I wasn't using Amia. Wasn't using Fang. I do need... Oh no, we were using Fang. I wasn't using Plume. Liskarm. So, Mouse, Shaw, Liskarm, Kuora, Lapland, Perfumer, Ansel, Arketo. Yeah, we're gonna try it. We're gonna do it live! And we're not using supports, which, if I were actually a new player, would be kind of a stupid move. Oh, we get the extra tile of range, too. That's very handy.
主の祝福があらんことを。弦の神、みんな私に続け。怖くはないわ。
What's her res? 0.
弦の振動を感じて貫く。作戦準備をお願いします。注射薬の用意は整いました。弦の振動を感じて。みんな私に続け。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。
Come on, Fang, make us some DP.
ほら頑張れ。もうちょっとで僕に勝てるかもしれないよ。弓を引いて狙いを定めて。
Oh, and now we have silence, which I don't think will help at all on this, but hey, we have it. We have a talent.
どうしてみんな仲良くできないのかな。弦の振動を感じて。
What's her defense? 265. 671 attack. Almost respectable.
弓を引いて狙いを定め。みんな私に続け。
It's too bad Liskarm doesn't have her talent yet, because placing her behind Mouse, anyone that she only has one block, so all those extra enemies are going to go through Mouse. And actually, you know what? I wonder if Shaw... I might be better off putting Amia here, to be honest. Because eventually, in that last wave, so we'll keep her there for now, but that last wave, like, the guys come out and they just kind of stand here. And as long as they can hold out and tank and deal DPS, we don't actually need to push guys into the hole.
敵には3種の苦難があります。治療の準備を。みんな私に続け。どいたどいた。待機。次の指示を待ちます。貫く。弦には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。みんな私に続け。弦の振動を感じて。
If she were E1, I might use her over Amia because of her talent procs. But we will probably actually need just arts or any damage that'll deal consistent damage. So a bunch of the enemies that come out of here, they're actually gonna have decent arts resistance. But unfortunately, Cruz's attack might not be high enough to actually deal meaningful damage to them if their armor is too high. That's actually why you want to promote your physical damage before your arts. And in this case, we're still using Lapland for physical damage for that reason, even though in general her skill 2 is considered superior. At this point, I don't think that'll be the case. We'll switch to her. We'll switch to her skill 2 once we get to skill level 7. one good thing about her skill 2 though is that once you have her skill 2, it makes more sense. Like I can put her back here and then a defender up here, because her skill 2 doesn't have the penalty, the attack penalty that her skill 1 has for ranged attacks. So we'll be looking forward to that change when we can. What's her res? 10? Yeah, that's fine. That'll work. I also haven't really had to worry about activating skills strategically so much because of Lapland's extra levels, which is nice. And range. That extra tile of range is doing work as well. Yeah, so far this feels good. We are steamrolling, but that last wave still worries me a little bit. I don't know if we can steamroll the last wave. So, a tip that I guess I should throw out: about every 50 mobs in Annihilation is a wave. So, the most amount of enemies and the strongest version of enemies in the wave tend to be in like the last, you know, maybe 10 to 20. So that's something to pay attention to as well when you're managing like your skills, because if your skills are down but it's going to be at the start of a new wave, chances are you're not going to be under like immediate pressure. Oh my gosh. I should have activated one of the healers for that, but that's I can't believe Amia got blasted. We need to raise Perfumer's attack. For sure. I'll probably E1 Perfumer before Ansel, unless, well, maybe not because of the material thing, but getting her extra range, the stats, and her skill 2, and her talent, but not having the healing from her talent is really holding us, but like the whole reason why we have her is because of her future potential at this point. She's actually been holding us back quite a lot for the most part, with just not having that great of stats, skill 1, and no talent. But her with her talent, that extra range and everything, and skill 2, which synergizes with her talent really well, is just crazy how much. I think a lot of people say other operators have more healing. I don't think that's true. I think if you account like peak potential, max her out, raw healing, because her talent is global, and the amount that her attack raises with S2, even though it slows down her casting speed, if you were to really min-max and consider hitting 4 targets with her module, and then the global healing, I don't think anyone comes close. I haven't done the math on it. I can, and obviously it's going to depend on the unit level of a stage, but I just think that if you were to actually go with just total amount of healing that someone could throw out, Perfumer, I think she even beats Telopsis. Single target, that's not the case. If you're just looking at how much you can heal a single target, she won't top the list. But just total, absolute total gross healing. That's interesting, because this is probably the end of this wave right here.
問題なほらしっかり
Pop our cooldowns.
貫くゲームオーバー弓を引いて狙いを定めてあなたのお薬です受け取ってくださいみんな私に続け弦の振動を感じて
Oh, don't die, Lapland. Oh, don't die. Oh, Jesus.
おバカさんたち僕が相手だよみんな私に続けええ指示をあなたのお薬です受け取ってください弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ亡霊だってお前を救えないさドクターここが僕のホームだよ貫くはっ悪くない位置取りだね落ち着いて
Yeah, we got a leak. No, it's all collapsing.
わかりました戦っている時は眠らないんだから
Still not enough.
福音が指先に
Still not enough. Our healers are kind of what gave it up at the end there. Particularly Perfumer, not having the stats to keep Lapland alive.
ヒットだよ
What can we do?
おかえりドクター
Well, we can finish this off.
アルカナの導きによりようやくお主と我
I was hoping for a Perfumer potential.
Products received.
Alright.
おかえりドクター
That's not bad. Man. Yeah, our issue at the end really did become that we just did not have the healing we needed. And Perfumer being AoE, the base stats are the most meaningful by far.
成果の確認
What do we need for an E1? We're not going to do that yet, obviously. How much sanity do we have? One big potion. So, what do we need? We need... I don't have... Yeah. What does he get? Additional healing? Oh, that's not bad. That is really not bad. Oh. Can we get to S29 and get those? Can we do it? Our sanity costs are going up. I am feeling it.
準備を チームワークなんて他の奴らがヘマしなきゃそれでいいんだ。
みんな戦術マニュアルを厳守することよろしく頼むわね。
行動開始します。
敵部隊捕捉、作戦準備。各自配置につけ。
承知しております。
Be really good if this were E1.
獲物を見つけました。
貫く。
持ちこたえてください。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。かしこまりました。私の目をごまかせると思うな。これが戦場というものね。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。
みんな私に続け。
そうだ。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。
貫く。
ほらしっかり。弓を引いて
ほら頑張れ。
Oh
もうちょっ
god.
とで僕に勝てるかもしれないよ。
怯えたりします。戦っている時は眠らないんだから。ここを死守します。現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
This is bullshit. What the hell?
おらおら。
Oh my freaking god.
負傷者がいます。私も搬送作業に入りますので。
What the hell? Okay. That doesn't make me happy, but I have an idea.
みんなが一緒なら大丈夫だよ。
私たちにお任せください。
君たちが敵？手加減なしで頼むよ。僕に退屈させないで。
獲物を見つけました。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。戦っている。
貫く。
怖くはないわ。現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
みんな私に続け。
私の目をごまかせると思うな。治療の準備を。ここだよ。
悪くない位置取りだね。
おバカさんたち、僕が相手だよ。ここだ。
みんな私に続け。
ここからはブースの戦いです。現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。福音が指先に集まる。
I should have put her facing up.
ここを死守します。
こういう香りは好き？僕と遊ぼう。福音が指先に集まる。はい。
This is a problem.
だよ。はい。
私たちにお任せください。
かしこまりました。
ほら頑張れ。もうちょっとで僕に勝てるかもしれないよ。
問題ない。ほら、しっかり。
Messy, but doable.
皆さん、完璧な勝利でも警戒態勢が完全に解かれるまでは気を抜かないでくださいね。
Using the environment. Oh, pushers and pullers. Okay. Seems a bit late.
ESW の皆さんの顔に泥を塗るわけにはいきません。
私敵部隊捕捉。作戦準備。
了解です。
Oh, boo. I should have put her forward one spot.
動かないで。
みんな私に
経験だけに頼るものじゃないんです。私は一歩も引きません。
貫く。
Mission accomplished.
作戦は成功しましたね。 おかえり、ドクター。
That would have been nice to get. Not have to farm for. We need. Okay, we're not going to do guaranteed, that's for sure. Yeah, we don't have any leveling materials. We are probably just going to farm for the promotion mats with the rest of our sanity. And the reason is that our base is going to generate XP and LMD. We want to avoid farming for that as much as possible. We will have to farm for a bit of LMD until we get our second trading post, which we'll need our third row on the base for, which takes progressing in the story a bit further. So our priority right now is to get E1 so that we can push further, so that we can more efficiently utilize the base without having to spend a bunch of resources just farming for everything. We want to minimize what we have to farm for. So the most meaningful upgrades, unfortunately, will not be for Amiya. Perfumer is pretty valuable. Kind of cheap, but not super cheap. Arketo is valuable and expensive. Cruise is moderate and cheap. And Kuora is moderate and relatively inexpensive, because her skill 2 has healing built into it, and that helps her sustainability a lot. And also Lisgarm, this would be a bit expensive, but getting her talent 1 would allow me to supercharge Mouse, because Mouse is limited by the SP she generates from this, and defensive SP. One good thing about that and being SP battery based off of it is enemies just attacking Liskarn, including ranged attacks and baited attacks and all that. I can just have it like charge other operator skills super fast. So that can actually make this attack debuff become semi-permanent, which is what we want. We also want to get these skills higher so that that debuff gets higher as well. But we need these books, and we need levels for those books. Particularly, like, getting Cruz and Arknights to E1 is probably all we need to get those books. So that puts a pretty big vote on pumping resources into Arknights, but she's the one we have to farm the most for. So is it worth... There's probably no way around it. It's E1 Perfumer might still be more meaningful and cheaper. Uncommon. Can I make one of those? Nope. What's the SP cost? That is dirt cheap. We're going to take the guaranteed tier 1 mat and just craft a tier 2. This'll probably
主の祝福があらんこと弦の振動を感じて戦ってる時は眠らない
みんな私に続け
弦には3つの
ラテラーナの栄光を背負って戦います
これが戦場というものここだよここからはブースの戦いです福音が指先に集まるここだよ福音が指先に集まる
戦車よ空をかけよ
ここがほらしっかりはい私が参戦したからには当然の結果ですこれでもう誰もランデン修道院がラテラーノの飾り物だなんて思いませんよね
Alright. So we will craft.
おかえりドクター
We'll craft one of these.
Products received.
おかえりドクター
We need 3 of these. What do I need for this stage? 2 healers is enough. Actually, it's probably fine.
総員出発前に装備品のチェックを私たちにお任せくださいここを死守します
怖くはないわおバカさんたち
みんな私に続け
主の祝福があらんこと福音が指先に集まる 引いて
ラテラーノの栄光を背負って戦います。
治療の準備を。わかりました。福音が指先に集まる。
何でしょうか。
ムース、怯えたりしませんから。弦の振動を感じて。はい。
Actually.
戦っている時は眠らないんだから。
Just so we have both damage types.
狙って。
And that'll get us the win. Which will let us do replays on this.
ここにいたのね。弦の振動を感じて。
抗ってみなよ。
問題なら落ち着いて。あなたのお薬です。受け取ってください。
There we go.
あ、ごめんなさい。戦うのが好きってわけじゃないんですか。
Not what we wanted, but we do need these for Quora and Liskarm, so it's not a huge tragedy. We will probably end up burning most of our sanity trying to get what we need from here.
味方のみんなを守って。
各自、はい。
ここを死守します。
これが戦場というものね。おバカさんたち、
みんな、私に続け。
福音が指先に集まる。
みんな、私に続け。
この槍に全てをかけて我が信念を貫く。
持ちこたえてください。了解しました。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。ムース、怯えたりしませんから。福音が指先に集まる。福音が指先に集まる。福音が指先に集まる。
Wish I had something interesting to talk about while doing this, but
落ち着いて。あなたのお薬です。
not much.
受け取ってく
Not
ださい。
much going on.
みんな。
If I edit these down, I would probably just cut out any of the repeat farming, any of the autos,
怖くはないわ。
for sure.
オラオラ。
貫く。
獲物を見つけました。福音が指先に集まる。
みんな、私に続け。
この槍に全てをかけて我が信念を貫く。
持ちこたえてください。了解しました。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。ムース、怯えたりしませんから。弦には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。ムースだって戦えます。 こにいたのね。
さあ、あと少し。
ほら、あなたのお薬です。受け取ってください。
Mission accomplished.
矢はつがえてあります。
各自、はい。
ここを死守します。
怖くはないわ。おバカさんたち、
みんな、私に続け。
福音が指先に集まる。
貫く。悪くない位置取りだね。
この程度のスピードで私に勝てるとでも？
治療の準備を。わかりました。福音が指先に集まる。ここからは夫婦の戦いです。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。弦には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
君にできるかな。
落ち着いて。クリア。
Mission accomplished.
矢はつがえてあります。
私たちにお任せ。
承知しております。
これが戦場というものね。オラオラ。
みんな、私に続け。
弦の振動を感じて。
貫く。悪くない位置取りだね。
私の目をごまかせると思うな。
治療の準備を。了解しました。弦の振動を感じて。ここからは夫婦の戦いです。弦には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
Man. Be nice to get through this. This is the last one. So, hopefully I have the right mix to get Perfumer to E1. I don't know if that is enough for the first Annihilation or not, but it would certainly help a
あ
lot.
と少し。
落ち着いて。あなたのお薬です。受け取ってください。
Alright.
Accomplished.
I was not tracking that at all. Boo. So I have enough for Kuora, but I didn't farm this stuff for her. What to do now? I still need 3 of these. But I do have enough to... I have enough chips at least to do
ここを
Kuora.
死守します。
I need one more chip to do
怖く
Liskarm.
はないわ。
And Liskarm's probably more meaningful just because of the talent. But I would have to do a lot more farming for Liskarm.
貫く。
主の祝福があらんこと。弦には3つの選択が、 敵には3
In
種の苦難
theory,
があります
I might be able to just not level Korra past E0 and make Liskarm the main tank. Could probably get away with that pretty much the whole time, but it is probably necessary to have two. But what I really need is like a gummy or a
3種の苦
neural,
難があります
and Spot unfortunately can't hack it. I tried on my first account so many years ago to not build gummy, and it was such a bad decision. A horrendously terrible idea. So I will definitely be forced to build a gummy, but I don't think you need her until chapter 5, maybe chapter 4, chapter 4 or 5. That's when having a healing defender becomes basically mandatory. And by that point, I should have 3 levels in the base and enough resources cranking out to where getting an E1 operator shouldn't be that much of a grind. Like, I shouldn't really have to farm much for it. So, hopefully by the time I need a gummy, I'll have that and it won't be a chore.
作戦目標予定通り完遂しました
That is what we needed. And I think I need money,
おかえり
right? We needed money. What does Kuora need? That's not bad. What does Liskarm need? Liskarm. I have access to those two. For 5,000 more. We will probably... We'll probably do Liskarm over 18, so she'll go up to 20. She'll go up to 18. And then the SP can get pumped either into her or her. Or her. Yeah, it's probably better to do Liskarm before Kuora. Don't have that much. We need money. Need money. Unfortunately. There's no way. And how much do I have? 14. Oh, I don't need that much. Just one of these. Oh, it hurts my soul to burn. It hurts my soul to burn sanity on this. But it probably is worth it for new accounts to do these, to grind out XP and LMD. Just to get to the more efficient farming stages. I don't know, like spending sanity to get tier 1 mats inefficiently is not terribly amazing. Like, you could farm 1-7 and hope you get reagents. Develop the base, that's not a bad idea. Not terribly exciting though.
福音が指先に集まる
できるかな
But once you have a E1 squad, these stages should generally be avoided, or at least the LMD and XP. You really just want your base.
ゲンには3つの
Do what you
選択が
can to get your base as efficient as possible without having to spend too much on it early on.
私に
And then once you have like an E2 squad, then you're going to want to go back and forth between leveling operators just for the base and for
ゲンに
your
は3つの選択が
whatever you're going for, whether it's the meta or your next waifu operator, whatever it is, niche knights, whatever thing you plan on doing. But it's definitely worth periodically building operators just to make your base efficient. That was another reason why I took Lapland as well, because I know I'm going to get a Texas, and I have no idea if I'll get an Exucii, but I can still combine a Texas and a Lapland and get pretty good efficiency, and then just throw any other op in there, and they'll burn through sanity really quickly, but they'll be efficient.
おかえりドクター
So that should be enough. Yes. And this is going to be
昇進の
huge.
ことわざわざ伝えに来てくれたの？
This gives us skill
悪いわね、ドクター君。
2. This gives us skill 2. Which, so you do get... You actually get more healing. You get less consistent healing out of this, but you get such a huge attack boost that her talent here, this 3%, even though that doesn't sound like a lot, when you have a huge attack bonus, that global 3%, when you max her out, I think it goes up to like 5.5%. It's enough to like substantially heal everyone. Like my perfumer on my main account, I can pretty much globally top off any operator in the game using her skill 2. It is impressive, especially if you combine her with like a Sculptor is always really hilarious. We do need potentials for our next... Oh, we don't get a good one. We need 2 more potentials. We really want this. We really want this. Actually, we want all 3 of these. This one doesn't help us that much, unfortunately. And she gets hit points. Boo. How many levels can we throw?
成果の確認よろしくね。
Is that enough for... Is that enough for annihilation? Shall we try it? Let me think. Is there anything else I can optimize? I wonder if that would be better. It would be if my Lisgarm was S1 or E1. We'll give Annihilation one more go. I'm being stubborn now, just pure stubborn. Well, that's what we needed, actually. Hold up, hold up, hold up.
Products received.
おかえり、ドクター。
I actually have an idea. I know how I can beat an Annihilation, but I feel like I'm cheating if I do it. I can use support, E1 support. Not enough. She wasn't the one dying. That doesn't get me a whole lot. That gets me a fair amount, though.
よろしくね。
Are we gonna do it? So if I do one run with support, what do I get? I get a good amount. That could help a lot. The next question is... Mud Rock is tempting. That's so tempting. Now we're shopping. Oh my god, Typhon S1. Maybe. Is that S1? Why? Why is that not S2? Why is that S1? Man. That might be spicy. It's E1. That would replace my perfumer. So she's going to replace Shaw in the later half. And then I'm assuming the extra levels on Perfumer will keep Lapland alive. That's what we're thinking on this setup. And we are missing a defender.
準備完了。
And Shaw.
召喚が指揮します。
Alright. And we'll E1 Cruise with the money we get, no matter what. Because right now, Cruise is not very useful. We really need her talent.
出動します。
私たちにお任せください。悪くない位置取りだね。
聞いてるよ。
Oh, look at that range. So beautiful.
怖くはないわ。
Oh, why'd I put Cruise there? I wanted Arquetto.
狙って。
Ah, whatever. We're stuck with that for now.
貫く。
ここにいたのね。
みんな、私に続け。Are y'all ready? Let's go then.
ここからはブースの戦いです。狙って
貫く。
狙って
貫く。
狙って
Come on,
敵部隊
Fang.
を作戦準備。
狙って
貫く。
狙って
みんな、私に続け。
獲物を見つけました。現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
貫く。みんな、私に続け。
弓を引いて狙いを
What
定
she
め
hit
て
for now? 677. Come on. Give me DP.
みんな私に続け。
消火器噴射します。待機。次の指示を待ちます。
みんな私に続け。
福音が指先に集まる。
I don't know if I need lava or Bliskarm out first.
みんな私に続け。
警戒
Bliskarm.
態勢を維持します。消火器噴射します。
みんな私に続け。
弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。
敵部隊捕捉。作戦準備。貫く。
そうだ。
What's crazy is that I'm even getting healing on them because of her talent, as long as they don't take too much damage.
みんな私に続け。準備完了。
So it's 235, 242. She has higher attack? Oh man.
みんな私に続け。みんな私に続け。
I'm definitely not a huge fan of Fang.
備えは万全です。
消防規則にのっとり違反行為として処罰する。
I'm avoiding trying to E1 her even. I will if I have to. But I keep hoping I get a
福音が
Myrtle.
指先に集まる。
貫く。
So I'm not sure how useful Myrtle would be at this point in the game. It'd be very difficult to give up blocking until I had like just a lot more DPS. Her at skill level 7 and E1 with her talent and everything. Then there'd be way less pressure here, for example, in this type of scenario. And my block count would matter less. But right now, this block count matters a lot.
弦の振動を感じて。
貫く。
ムースだって戦えます。はい。
I'll take care of this place. 貫く。
待機。次の指示を待ちます。福音が指先に集まる。
みんな私に続け。
早く。亡霊だってお前を救えない。弦の振動を感じて。
貫く。
早く。早く。
492. Her attack's not
敵
bad.
が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備をしてくださ
I
い。
guess when this game came out, she was a lot weaker. They did buff her archetype substantially, so
貫く。
I kind of wish the devs didn't just give up on buffs. There seems to be some characters and archetypes that, like, I have no idea why they just leave the way they are.
貫く。Enemy spotted.
待機。次の指示を待ちます。弦の振動を感じて。
みんな私に続け。みんな私に続け。
弦には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
作戦準備をお願いします。注射薬の用意は整いました。準備完了。
200. What's Shaw's? 185.
指
Really?
先に集まる
I guess I don't have a lot of levels. 300.
備えは万全です。
235.
貫く。
弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ
貫く。
現には3つの選択が敵には3種の苦難があります
貫く。
福音が指先に集まる
みんな私に続け。
I can like feel Perfumer's stats and talent working. I haven't had to use any healer skills, like it hasn't even been close.
貫く。
Feels good.
Don't let them get away.
貫く。
弓を引いて狙いを定めて
貫く。
Chen here. Ready at a moment's notice.
敵が来ます皆さん戦闘の準備をしてください
貫く。
弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ
みんな私に続け。
ムースだって戦えます
何を亡霊だってお前を救えない。
弓を引いて狙いを定めて身を確かに
Fuck.
貫く。
おバカさんたち僕が相手だよ
This happened last time, didn't it?
貫く。指示をあなたの薬です。受け取ってください。何を AMO だ。
現には3つの選択が
貫く。
ドクターここが僕のホームだよ
Oh! Oh, come on!
弓を引いて
Oh, come on! No!
悪くない。貫く。
Boo. This
私に続け。
isn't gonna work.
弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ弦の芯
みんな亡霊だってお前を救えないさ。
What route does Crown Slayer take? I don't even remember. This is bull. Boo.
わかりました弓を引きついて
悪くない位置取りだね。
ムースだって戦えますはい
救急箱あなたのお薬です。受け取ってください。
That was still not good
あ
enough.
ー挽回のチャンスをください これは私個人の失策であって修道院がこの程度というわけでは絶対にありませんよ。
It evades us for now.
おかえりドクター。
Yeah, that just won't be possible without a few more E1s. It just can't be done. We really need Arknights and Liskarm. Because if I could have Liskarm at the bottom, SP charging her S2, that would probably take care of the major waves. I might even be able to not have lava anymore, especially if Arknights is E1. But that's hard to say. And then I still need somebody to kill those guys before they go up and around the side, because I don't want to place like blockers there, and I don't have any fast redeploy. And Shaw would probably be fine with just more stats. Some of this just comes down to more stats, like Ansel is still kind of a little bit... I can promote. How much money do I have? 20,000. How much XP do I have? So, E1 mouse would help, but not as much as others. Liskarm or Arknights, those are really the two that are the biggest. And I need everything. Do I have this? I don't. Is this possible for me to do right now? Arknights, Cruise, the Vanguards, Lapland. I think I can do this.
Junbiを。みんな戦術マニュアルを厳守すること。
行ってくる。援護よろしくな。
各自配置につけ。
ここを死守します。主の祝福があらんことを。
貫く。
現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
悪くない位置取りだね。
Man. Where to put the
偵
healers?
察完了。敵の位置を報告します。
みんな私に続け。かしこまり。ラテラーナの栄光を背負って戦います。
何でしょうか。
警戒態勢を維持します。
弦の振動を感じて。 俺がここにいたのね。
貫く。
オーキッド配置についたわ。皆さん警戒してください。
貫く。
狙って
貫く。
気を確かに。
目標捕捉。
No!
選択は
Oh, come on! Come on! I don't have the DPS.
ごめん。次はもっ
Literally don't have the DPS. Oh my gosh. Cruz needs to be E1. That's just... Oh, that's what I was gonna do.
昇進か。これは
Can I? Can I get
みん
to...
なリラックスしてていいからね。うんうん聞いてるよ。怖くはないわ。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。絶対許しません。わかりました。ここにいたのね。
了解。
ここだよ。
了解です。
ここにいたのね。はい、この声は落ち着いて。
ランデッ
狙って
Mission accomplished.
皆さんのご活躍、本当に目を見張るものでした。素晴らしかったですよ。おかえり、ドクター。
I'm not even sure if I have the DPS for that yet. Because it's ranged only. That is
おかえ
really
り
limiting
ド
me.
クター。
But that 10k does mean... Get some
ありがと
levels.
う。
290, 299.
医療チームのオペレーターであっても目にかけていただけて、私が迷惑になっていなければいいのですが。
Cooking slowly. We need mats. So since it helps to have a little bit more attack for that, we will farm these out, and then the base will produce the XP we need, hopefully by tomorrow.
矢はつがえてあります。
承知しております。各自配置につけ。
I just thought some of these autos might be in danger now because of the E1s. Let's hope the extra stats are enough.
貫く。
怯えたりします。
治療の準備を。
貫く。
主の祝福、
目標補足。
弦の振動を感じて、あなたの
ラテラーナの栄光を背負って戦います。
オラオラ、これが戦場というものね。福音が指先に集まる。
クリア。
それ。弦には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。私が怖いですか？
ここを死守します。
一歩も引かないよ。弦の振動を感じて、
カードを引くがよ。
ほら、しっかり。
あなたのお薬です。受け取ってください。
How do I not have a haze? Haze would be really useful just for the arts debuffing on her talent. I would need to E1 her for that, but
私たちにお任せください。
Haze would pretty much replace Orchid in this squad. Because her debuffing would be way more valuable than the slow right now. And by the time I need crowd control, Orchid will be pretty obsolete. But Orchid is still good for integrated strategies, so that's why I wasn't too concerned about putting some investment into her.
弦の振動を感じて、皆さんが私、
She's not a high priority at this point. She's just
オラオラ、
the least worst option.
怖くはないわ。福音が指先に集まる。
あなたのお薬です。受け取ってください。
はあ。福音が指先に集まる。あなたの考えはお見通しですよ。
ここを死守します。
とっと遊ぼう。ムースだって戦えます。
カードを引くがよ。
ほら、しっかり。
クリア。
悪くないと思うよ。
Alright, did I get what I needed? I think I needed 2 of these, and I got 2, so... Oh, those are always nice, too. And the off drops have been kind to me
お
today.
かえりドクター。
7. Ugh. 7. Uncommon. Ooh. Man. I feel like these are so common, but I forget the resource grind early game, man. But we definitely have to farm those. We need Arketto. We need Arketto bad. We need her to be doing work. How much sanity do I have left? 58. Oh, what do I have here? So, we're not going to do kernels. The only thing on kernels that new players should be concerned with is when you get to choose your own banner and you can select a 6-star and buy them for 180 certs. That's definitely worth it. But the problem with the kernel banners is that you don't get yellow certs from them. You only get certs that are useful in kernel, and that's problematic because yellow certs are universal. And so you really don't want to buy pulls early on. You want to buy 6-stars directly. But you also want to use banners as much as possible up to milk the guarantee. And so what I'm debating doing is if I'm going to use any of my Arundum here on pulls. I wasn't planning on using any Arundum on this account at all, but I think most players are probably, that's the main thing that they use it for, especially if they're free to play. I think most free to play players probably, for the most part, pass up skins, but I don't know. It's hard for me to say. I'm not a whale. I'm sort of, I guess you'd say, a dolphin, because I spend money. I'm not free to play, but I don't try and get to spend to get every operator. I don't get max pots on everyone that comes out, anything like that. I think that's a bit crazy. I mostly do the monthly card, and then on the anniversaries, I'll generally, if I'm going to spend money, it's during the anniversaries, and that's usually it. The rest of the time, it's monthly card. Any day one player that's had the monthly card the whole time easily could have everything in the game. No problem. Easily could have everything. They'd have multiple, many 6-stars with max potentials even. They might just have some, a decent number of limiteds, not at max potential, but that would be it. I would think that even most of their 6-stars would be max pot if they were a day one player, monthly card from the get-go, and that was the only thing they ever did. Played every day, never skipped, which is a commitment for sure. But that's way by a huge amount the best. We don't have, nope, not new ones yet at 10, level 10. And probably won't use that, but whatevs. Oh, I already bought those, that's right. And I don't have enough for 2. Heh. Do I have any, nope. Gold certs 49. 49 gold certs. Bybeak is in here for 40 now? Holy cow. What to do. Oh, man. Yeah, we're just gonna farm these out. need 6 of them. There's no way I'm going to get all 6, and that's going to use all my sanity for today.
みんなくれぐれも安全に
Well, this is pretty much going to end up being the end of the stream then, because on this account, we're definitely going to run out of sanity here. There's no way in hell we're going to get Arknights to E1 today. But it seems like it's nearly guaranteed that we can do it tomorrow. I think between Arknights and Cruz, we'll have the DPS to get the level 2 skill books. And those skill books will let us start doing level 7 grind. Because that's E1 is important to unlock the second skill, to unlock talents, and that's extremely meaningful. But we really also need to get skill level 7, and we need skill level 7 more than we actually need base stats. So grinding XP is just more for getting ops to level 50 or 40, between 40 and 50, so that you can get them to Elite 1. After that, in general, we're not going to grind it for Elite 1 levels. That's a big no, because the skills are so much more meaningful. And our stat scaling, we're still going to get a lot of stats from Trust, because all of our operators are at like below even 20% Trust. So we'll get a lot of growth just from the base and from playing stages, even if it's farming for skill level 7. But we do want to get the whole squad to Elite 1. Operators, we can afford to lag behind a little bit. Shaw, it will become problematic when enemies just deal too much damage to Shaw and she dies. But we have the medium push force on her. So, assuming Shaw's not really tanking damage, per se, or we're relying on her for damage, E0 Shaw is not a huge problem as of yet. We'll get a free Cliff Heart. I'm shocked that I don't have a rope yet. But we'll get a Cliff Heart and after 7 days. And so we'll have a puller. We'll need to do something similar there where, you know, at least skill level 4, I think, for S1, for her skill 1 to have medium pull force. And pullers actually don't need as much force as pushers. So there will be cases where Shaw will need more than medium force to be useful. And typically people will use her S2 for that. I'm not sure what skill level you need for strong force on her skill 2. It might already be there, but the SP recharge right now is going to be kind of trash without skill level 7. So a lot of operators get a improve in cycle time at skill level 7. So it's not just the increased damage or healing or tanking that we're going for. It's actually the cycle time. All of that other stuff is just gravy on top of it at Elite 1, because you know, once you get to Elite 2, you have so many more stats that scale those abilities. But like that cycle time will be brutal. It's part of why certain operators have such a drastic increase in power when they have masteries. It's the exact same thing. So like Bagpipe, S2, skill level 7 versus M3 is the difference is insane. It's the difference between being able to use Bagpipe as an actual lane holder and not, because her S3 is not actually good for lane holding. I know a lot of people use it, a lot of people swear by it, but I've tested it a lot. I've used Bagpipe more than most, and really like tested both skills in you know, like scientifically in a way. So like putting her in impractical situations to stress test the skills. And I found that because S2 with Mastery 3 has such high uptime, she actually is a more stable lane holder with S2 than S3, because there's the skill downtime gap. And if you don't have the opportunity to have good timings there, then Bagpipe will leak. and on S2 that's just not a problem. She just deals too much damage, hits too fast, and the skill charges. I mean, it's going from 5 SP to 4, so it's a 20% increase in skill charging. I mean, that's so massive. Imagine any other operator getting a 20% better uptime with a single mastery. So like, you know, Lapland's S2, one of the biggest issues is the and each mastery does decrease the cost, but like if I could lower it by another 20%, people might actually think Lapland was good beyond just her silence if her ability to charge the skill were that much higher. Even then, probably still probably wouldn't actually change that much in her case, but Mostima's S3 and S2, if those were 20% lower SP requirements, people might actually like Mostima for more than just niche stuff. Amiya, I really wish Amiya's masteries reduced her skill costs. The only thing that helps her is her talent, which her talent is crazy strong, but it's super gimmicky to have her skills be like unusable without the talent. Yeah, it would be better if even if her talent were a bit weaker, if her skills were just cheaper, because then she'd synergize better with SP batteries and stuff like that as well. As it stands right now, it just all her high SP cost and having the talent compensate for that does is make synergy with the rest of the squad less. So yeah, there's a lot of instances where dropping the SP cost by that amount is just crazy. Would be crazy. Like Milnar. Although for him it's more the talent than the skill. If his talent charged 20% faster, then you could SP battery him effectively, and that would be pretty cool, I think. Like you could use like a Saria skill 1 or skill 2 with Milnar to help boost his uptime a bit without losing out on attack.
みんなが一緒なら大丈夫だよ。
各自配置につけ。
手はず通りに。
みんな私に続け。
了解しました。オラオラ。怖くはない。
この槍に全てをかけて我が信念を貫く。目標補足。
絶対後悔しますからね。ゲンには3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。持ちこたえてください。ゲンには3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
敵の進行を食い止めるわ。
It's her attack 273.
ゲンの振動を感じて。
I'm more used to all these operator stats when they're closer to maxed out than starting out, so I'm a little interested right now in seeing like where they started out from and then thinking about how much growth they get from trust and levels and elite and all that.
行動開始。みんな気をつけて。
私たちにお任せください。
All of these enemies appear many times in different formats, so you definitely fight them in iterations that where your operators will be closer to peak, especially 3 stars since they hit peak at E1 55, skill level 7.
了解しました。
So it's not that much of a challenge to get them to their peak form, even with max trust, because trust is inevitable. You have a base for long enough, you'll get your characters up in trust. You're probably not going to be putting your 3 stars as like support units. And so it's not important that they have more than 100% trust. You don't need to get them to 200%. I don't know if I mentioned that.
弓を引いて
The
狙いを
when
定
you
め
loan out an operator, that's what the 100% to 200% trust is for. So you get max stats at 100%, but when you loan your operator out, they won't have max trust stats unless they have 200%. So if you're ever looking at friend support and wondering why your friends have shitty trust bonuses on their ops that they're loaning out, it's probably because they took them out of the base at 100% and haven't had them in their squad long enough to accumulate the other 100%, because it takes a really long time to max out trust from just burning sanity in stages and farming and all that. I mean, it does happen,
怖いですか
because you'll have some operators you just use a lot, really rely on, like, you know, Myrtle will get her trust pretty quick. Because most players get her, most players build her. Every old fart like myself tells everyone to E2 her before anyone else. All that kind of stuff. I mean, we'll even see if I get a Myrtle in time for that. Oh my god, I just realized I got... oh my gosh. I was gonna call it quits here. I was gonna be done with my sanity, and then it fills up. What is this? What is this even? Oh gosh. D frontline. Holy cow. Are we actually gonna get Arknights to E1? Are we actually gonna get Arknights to E1 today?
Resources received.
Oh man. This was not what I was planning at all.
おかえりドクター
Arknights. Oh, Arknights.
ふむふむこちらがロドスのオペレーターの戦い方ですね
I don't think we will, because we need 5 of these. 5. That is so much. Alright. I really want just... I want to... hopefully I can get Cruz's skill up, because I'm still worried that we'll be...
矢はつがえてあります偵察完了敵の位置を報告します
Where the fuck? Oh my gosh, this is the wrong squad.
まだ倒れるわけにはいきません。
では勝利の知らせを待っててくださいね。
主の祝福があらんことどんな戦いになるかしらね持ちこたえてくださいうんうん聞いてるよ福音が指先に集まるここにいたのね
かった。
ここにいたのね。予定には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。ええ、落ち着いて。了解しました。私は一歩も引きません。
Oh no. No! It's still not enough. Come on.
動かないで。ドクター、私が怖いですか？私は一歩も引きません。
Mission accomplished.
I need to get Amiya out
お疲れ
quicker.
様でした。無理をせず
But I did get the
少し
book.
休んでくださいね。おかえり、ドクター。
I just wanted the book. It's for Cruise. Not a huge upgrade though, unfortunately. I don't think we get our big upgrade until, oh, these are going to be hard to come by. Yeah, we don't get those for a while. Ming. Oh, what? Why am I... Can I make those? I can make one of them.
Products received.
We'll come back to that. We need to get a clear here.
Moose は地味だから偵察に向いてると思いますよ。主の祝福があらんことを。承知しております。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。
みんな私に続け。悪くない位置取りだね。敵部隊捕捉、作戦準備。貫く。
了解しました。弦の振動を感じて。
オーキッド、配置についたわ。
And we're just gonna hope the passive healing from her is enough to keep them alive.
かしこまりだ。
We are really gonna hope for that.
何でしょうか。
And
警戒態勢を維持し
Bliskarm can shoot ranged units, so
弓を引いて
hopefully, hopefully,
狙
hopefully.
いを定めて。
敵部隊捕捉、作戦準備。
ここにいた
Come
の
on,
ね。
Lapland, charge your skill.
はい、この声は泣いている。
No, it's still not enough. Oh, come on. Actually, you know what? I think I can fix this. I think I can put Lapland over, or not Lapland. I think I can put Liskarm on the other side.
Miんな、くれぐれも安全にね。
敵部隊捕捉、作戦準備。
That might work too. So we're going to do Fang
各自
here.
配置につけ。
承知しております。
Oh, please be enough, please be enough, please be enough. Oh, thank God.
弦の振動を感じて
貫く。悪くない位置取りだね。君たちが敵？手加減なしで頼むよ。僕に退屈させないで。
了解しました。
みんな私に続け。
狙って
かしこまりまこの程度のスピードで私に勝てるとでも。
来いよ。みんな私に続け。
かしこまりました。
警戒態勢を維持し弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。
オーキッド配置についたわ。
We're just not going to use the healer at all. Screw healing.
君たちが
Healing is for the
手加減なしで
weak.
頼むよ。僕に退屈させないで。
ここだよ。はい、あなたの考えはお見通しですよ。
みんな私に続け。
福音が指先に集まる。
ええ、目標補足。
亡霊だってお前を救えないさ。
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
貫く。
Get wrecked. Oh, yes.
占いの
Who needs healing?
完全勝利だ。
And I got lucky. I need 2 more of those. And that will use up my sanity. But
総員出発前に装備品のチェ
we
ック。
got it. We got the run. And it should be relatively stable at least because...
弦の振動を感
Should
じ
be
て
relatively stable because we're going to be also getting trust
悪くない位置
over
取りだね
time, which is going to make their stats better. Unfortunately, once I actually do Elite 1 some of these ops, it might all fall apart unless, for instance, I get Fang's skill higher.
ここだよ。
この程度のスピードで私に勝てるとでも。
貫く。警戒態勢を維持し。
弦の振動を感じて
Maybe it's a mistake to raise Myrtle from the get-go.
みんな仲良くできない
I'm really thinking a lot of these stages, if I had Myrtle right now, like, I wouldn't be able to use
ここ
her.
にいたのね。
Because I've had to rely on my vanguards to actually be blockers way too often.
ここだよ。
Because otherwise I have to sacrifice like a ranged, tile or a ranged... I don't have room for that. There's no way. There's no way to really
貫く。
maximize your DPS and push deep into content without really having your ranged ops be solid. Because your blockers, their primary role is like damage is secondary for anyone you place on the ground, with the exception of like maybe dreadnoughts or like Surtur or maybe fast redeploys. But for the most part, when you place like a guard, even Thorns is
私に続け。
sort of job number 1 is to not have things leak. Although he functions as a ranged unit, so maybe he's a bad example. Because the whole reason people use Thorns is for his S3 and he has that big range, and so he really functions more like a ranged operator than a ground operator. But like any
私に勝てるとでも。
strong ground DPS that's not Milnar, because he also functions as a ranged operator since he has 0 block
警
except
戒
for
態
when his
勢を
skill
維持
is
し
up.
弓を引いて狙いを定めて
Thinking of a good example. I mean, obviously any defender, but even most guards, Degenbacher, her role number 1 is to not leak, to block enemies, and then deal damage to them, sure,
指先に集まる
but it's to stop them long enough for the DPS to be able to kill them. And that's why you don't just only use ranged operators,
貫く。
or because of tile restrictions as well.
ここにいたのね。
But by and large, damage is always most effective with ranged operators because you can get, you want to keep them attacking as much as possible. Like,
私に続け。
Right now, Fang isn't doing anything. She's just sitting there because she only has a range of one tile. But if I didn't have her there, I would leak units because I need to stop them. Man, caster chips. That will be useful for if I get Haze or Click, but I don't even have them yet. It is so weird to think about not having operators like that. But we are out of sanity. So we have come to a roadblock trying to get Arknights to... How much does this cost? 18. Oh, 18? Oh, for one. Wish me luck. Because I need luck for... I mean, common, I think that means it's above 50%, but it's not guaranteed. It's not 100%, so there's no... I could just not get what I want out of this, which would be unfortunate. But if I can at least get the elite mat for Arknights, all we'll need is the sniper ones, which will burn some sanity to tomorrow, but the missions will all reset, which means sanity potions and stuff like that will also reset. And I don't think I'll need more than 4 runs, which still comes out to about 18 times 4. That's like still most of my it's still most of my sanity right now.
これが戦場というものね。福音が指先に集まる。クリア。それ。弦の振動を感じて。
But I think once we get Arknights to once we get her to E1, I think we'll have enough to do that annihilation all the way through. Because even though we won't have her SP cost down to 4, she will have her talent. And her talent, oh, it won't work on mouse, but it works on cruise. It would work on Chalter if I used her like I did last time, even as a borrowed unit. Something to think about. Hey, we did get the material, though. So... all we need is 3 of these. We'll get probably at least... I don't know how much LMD we'll get by tomorrow. But probably enough. I mean, maybe. And then with the missions... oh, boo. I think I'm just going to miss out on this module block. Well, you know, probably doesn't matter for this account. I doubt I'm going to get to a point on this account where modules matter. Operated. That's 10%. Huh. Doesn't feel like 10%. I feel like I have like 1% of the operators. Just thinking about future plans. Alright, I think we've hit a roadblock. Insurmountable odds have taken a foot. And so, we will end it here. The goal for next time is Arknights E1. And hopefully, pray to God, that's good enough to get us through Annihilation 1 all the way here. to get those last 7 guys. And I think what's going to happen is we're going to have to place our Keto up here. So that, well, even here she can hit this tile. Maybe the issue was just damage. I have to think about that now. If Arketo's not enough, then Arketo and Liskarm will be. Because Liskarm here, I could in theory put Fang up here. And actually I guess it would be Lapland down here facing this way. And then Liskarm here to battery Lapland's S2. And then Perfumer would still be here facing this way. Perfumer would get batteried as well, which isn't necessarily a good or a bad thing. And then Lava still facing down this way. And actually there is another option. I could also have... No, that's not as good. So we'll have Lava facing down here. And Arketo can then cover this whole area once she's E1. So she won't have that gap here and here. And hopefully her AoE and extra stats and her talent will be enough to kill the guys here before they just walk up and around. Because the other option is to put Arketo up here. Facing down to cover that. And then she misses out on these bottom tiles. And then we want to see who are we getting trust in the base with.
Products received.
That's fine.
やっぱりドクターくんのそばが一番居心地がいいわ。
この部屋にはお主に降りかかる薬剤が潜んでおるように見える。わ
Man,
らわが力になってやってもよいぞ。
my dorms. Can I make them better? With furniture. Here I am getting all distracted.
Resources received.
My gold is way outpacing my trading posts, which is fine for now.
ここが召喚の居宅ですね。
Nope, don't have that. That's fine. Amia, yeah, that's fine too. Once we get one of these to 100%, we'll throw Liskarm in here.
おかえり、ドクター。
Oh, I got it. Oh, I got it. Yeah. That'd be nice, but it's not necessary. I'm not really concerned about the XP on this account because I'm not really playing it super regularly. But that gets us pretty close to Elite 1 on Liskarm. The other thing, let me look at this real quick again. Another alternative. I could do Liskarm and Mouse back here. Ansel would heal this area. Should put more stress on Perfumer. But these guys would not be an issue at all. I don't know. I think I'd prefer to just have the ranged unit kill them there. But we'll see. We will see.